Hello, hello. vote. Hi. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Right now we're doing what's called pulling cane. We're making little rods of clear glass that we use. Most of them, usually we make them out in colors and we melt them into other pieces of glass to make stripes. But we're making a bunch of clear ones, which we use sometimes to space out the different stripes. So, have you guys been here before? Okay, so the people on the floor are our resident team of glassblowers. They're super skilled. Um, Gabe's leading our team, the gray shirt. He's been blowing glass for 26 years. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat. The glass that they're working with is clear glass. It's just so hot it's glowing. You'll see when we start to pull the cane, have a big mass, it'll be kind of orange and glowy. And as we stretch it out, it starts to cool, and you'll see that orange glow disappear. So when we use these canes, we use them in kind of a size of a pencil. And instead of making each one individually, we're going to draw out a rod that's maybe 40 feet long, and then we're going to chop it up. He's stiffening the end. Glass, the hotter it is, the softer it is, the cooler it is, the stiffer it is. So he wants that end to be a little bit stiff, so when we attach it to the other piece of glass to stretch it, it doesn't all come off the front end. It gives him something good to grip onto. So the woman in the black shirt, Sayuri, she's got what we call the post, just a little disc of glass we're going to use as a handle. Gabe attaches his glass to Sayuri's post. And now we're going to stretch. So glass has an amazing ability to stretch. Hold it in the air for a minute. Let it cool and stiffen a bit. And we'll break off the ends. Okay. So we'll leave it on those wooden ladders to cool. We'll cut it up into smaller, more manageable chunks. And then eventually we'll chop it up to the pencil size. We put up picking up cane on a bubble. Oh no, do the other one that has the three images? It's got the vase on the side. See if we can- What? Oh, sure. Okay. See ya. Chris, that's the one. That's the right one. Let's just use that. The last one you put up. So, Chris, they're going to be making the. No one's in here right now, but they're going to be making the Grawl things next. Hi. How are you guys? Good. So, people you see working here are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Gabe Feenan in the light gray shirt, Sarah Gilbert over on the left, and Sayuri Fukuda. And we're going to be making, it's a little bit complicated. It's called a Grawl blank. Can we put up the Grawl? Great, Grawl drawing. So if we want to have a design that's embedded in the wall of the glass piece, what we do is we blow a bubble with a layer of color on the outside. You see the green is on the outside, yellow's on the inside. We cool that off overnight, and then we carve a design through the green and expose the yellow underneath. Then we heat that up again and blow it up to its full size and shape. So the one on the far left, we call that a Grawl blank because there's no design on it. And we're going to have an artist next week who's going to be using them. She's going to carve the designs into them. So we've got to make all these Grawl blanks before she gets here. So just to give you, have you guys been here before? No. Just give you a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So each one has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get it out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you dip it into a jar of honey. So we dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in again, second time, a third time. We just keep building it up in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. We buy our colored glass separately in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint. So when we want to make an orange bowl, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of orange, and then we melt a layer of orange glass over the clear glass. Now, in a big factory where you're going to make everything the same color, then they melt the colored glass in the big furnace, and they make 1,000 orange bowls. Here, we're a bunch of artsy-fartsies, and we want to make a red thing, then a blue thing, then a green thing. So we color each piece individually. And this allows us to have any color we want, anytime we want. We can coat it with blue, coat it with green, whatever we want to do. So we're going to make two bubbles. Sarah has got a colored bubble, Sarah over on the left. Gabe in the center is going to make a clear bubble, and we're going to do what's called a Swedish overlay. Can we put up the Swedish overlay diagram? So this is a little complicated. So the green bubble, that's the clear glass. The orange bubble, that's the one that Sarah's making. So we make the two, we jam the colored bubble onto the clear bubble, and then we push it back until it entirely coats the original bubble. So this way we're going to have a layer of colored glass on the very outside, and then when our artist comes in and carves it, she can carve through that to make our design. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. It could be blue, it could be green, it could be purple. When it's hot, it just glows orange. You guys have any questions so far? There's two different ways you can do it. You can do it with a sandblaster. You make a rubber stencil and you spray it with the abrasive sand, and whatever's uncovered. Do we have a sandblasting drawing? I think we may. We haven't used it in a while. We'll see if we can find that. They make a rubber stencil, and whatever areas are exposed, we blast it with the sand. It wears away the glass where it's exposed, and it protects the outer layer where it's covered. And so the other way that you can do it is you can use what's called a glass lathe. It's a machine where you have a spinning abrasive wheel, and you can actually press the glass against it and carve away the layers of glass. I think for our guest artist, Andrea, okay, there's the sandblasting. So you see, we make the little rubber stencil, and we spray it with the abrasive sand. It wears away the glass wherever it's exposed, and that's how we get our design. Does that make sense? Nope, nope, nope. Can we put up a color overlay drawing? So if you look on the big screen, we blow a bubble of clear glass. That's the yellow thing in the drawing. We drop a big blob of the colored glass on top, and then we smear it until it entirely coats the original bubble. Yeah, so in the center, Gabe is shaping the glass. He's using, so you'll be, oh, to get it, you mean, well, one, if the glass is soft, if you stop turning it, the thing will start to sag. Also, working with glass, it's kind of like working on a lathe or working on a pottery wheel. The work spins, and we hold the tools against it as it spins. So it gets the whole thing round and even. The tool in Gabe's hand that he's shaping the glass with is called the block. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. No, that's why we use the wood. If we use metal tools, they would suck the heat out of it, but the wood doesn't suck the heat out of the glass. Yes, yes, you're encouraged to take pictures. It depends what you're making. It could be anywhere from 20 minutes to 6 hours, depending on what you're making. Well, when you first The pipe itself is hollow. So when you dip it in the melted glass, big blob, solid blob gathers around the end. When you blow, it's just like blowing soap bubbles. Yes. Um, let's see if we have. Do we have the punty drawing? You probably haven't used that before. So blowing glass is just like blowing soap bubbles, except we use glass. They are making what's called a Grawl blank, these things here. And we've coated the outside with a different color. And when our guest artist comes next week, she's going to carve designs through the outer layer, and then we're going to coat it with more glass. We'll blow it up. Well, and can we put up the Grawl drawing again? So this is a Swedish technique for embedding design into the glass wall itself. So we layer it with another color on the outside. We carve through that outer layer to expose the color underneath. And then we coat that with clear glass, and we blow it up. The design will be in the middle of the wall of glass. Can we put up, do we have those Andrea Grawl pictures? See if we can show you. But it's a two-step process. You got to make the blank first. 3 steps. You make the blank, you carve the design into it when it's cold, and then you coat it with more clear glass. So this is the first step. So we've got to get all these blanks made before our artist gets here so she can carve the designs. The technique is called Grawl, G-R-A-A-L. It's a Swedish technique, and it started about 1916. We don't melt it. We buy the colored glass in the form of these bars. Yeah. Oh, well, here, this will help. Can we play the color overlay video? We have a little video of applying the color. Maybe that'll help.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Does that help? forward, blowing up a balloon. So in the center, Gabe is shaping the glass, getting ready to receive our color overlay. The gray pad in his hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Could we put up the newspaper photo? So if you look up on the big screen, it's just regular newspaper. Throw it back in the recycling bin. Yeah, well, if there's no more newspapers, we'll use the iPads. It'll get expensive, but
Are most, wine bottle, beer bottle, are those made by human or is it machine?
those are made by machines now. But, you know, back in the 1700s, they were all blown just like this.
Okay, wow, a long time ago. It was like just each one is individual. But
Yeah.
now they're all the same batch machine.
Now they're made by machines, so they're cheap. Yeah.
Can you do glass recycling here? You can just put them in the pot and let them melt and reuse them.
We can reuse our clear waste. We can't reuse our colored waste because the big tank where we melt the glass is all clear, so we can't throw little bits of red. Graal, Graal. It's a Swedish word. So over on the left, Sarah has made a bubble. That bubble has two layers of color. It's got a white on the outside and a transparent color on the inside. Do you know what the inside color is? Dave, do you know what the outside color is on that inside color? Okay, so that bubble is black on the inside and white on the outside. When we jam it onto this bubble and we flip it, so it'll be white on the inside and black on the outside. Oh, everybody has a different story. Gabe, who's leading our team today, he learned entirely at work. He got a job in his early 20s in a glass shop and just been working ever since. Sarah went to an art college where there's about 50 art colleges around the United States that have glass blowing. Here in Tacoma, you can learn in the public schools. There's a middle school and high school program in glass blowing called the Hilltop Program. And so you can learn in regular, everyday public school. So we're going to jam Sarah's bubble onto Gabe's. We'll break the bubble off Sarah's pipe. Can we put up the color overlay drawing again? Oh, sorry. No, the Swedish overlay. My mistake. So this is the process we're using to coat the outside with a layer of color. So we just did number 2, where we jammed a bubble of color onto the end. And now we're going to push it back and flip it inside out until it entirely coats the original bubble. This is called a Swedish overlay. Nope. So now Gabe's going to start pushing that bubble backwards towards himself, and it's going to wrap itself around the big clear bubble in the middle. So as you can see, we start to see now, when we wrap it around like that, the colors are reversed. So the white is now on the inside, and the black is on the outside. So we'll heat that up again. The round furnaces with the doors open are called glory holes. They have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Each time we heat the glass up, it only stays soft for a little while. So we heat it up, we do whatever shaping we can while it's still really soft, and then when it starts to get stiff, we go back to the glory hole and heat it up again.
Does it require multiple people to pull off a piece like this? How they're all working together?
Glassblowing is a team sport. We almost never do it alone. What is that flame there? That's the pilot light for the torch. So we keep it on a pilot, and then we have to grab, when we need the torch, we grab it, we squeeze the trigger, we get a big giant flame out of it. So you start to give it a little squeeze. So basically, we've taken that second bubble and wrapped it around the first one. We're making, it's called a Grawl blank. It's going to be like those. And we're going to cool it off overnight, then we're going to carve a design into it, then heat it up again, and make a vase or something out of it. Can we put up the Grawl drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, so the first one is the Grawl blank. We cool it overnight, we carve our design into it, then we heat it up again, stick it on another pipe, and then we can blow it up into anything we want. Could we put up Andrea's Grawl? So we end up with a design integrated into the wall of the glass. But it's a three-step process. First thing we got to do is make the Grawl blank, and that's what we're doing right now. All sorts of things. There's no one answer to that. For these, we have an artist coming, Andrea Dejeu, and she'll take all the things that she makes as our guest with her, put it in art museums and sell it. Some of the things we make go to the store. Some things we do just for demonstration purposes. Just all sorts of stuff. Loud. No. No, these guys are 20-year plus pros, so they just talk for about 5 minutes and then they get to work. No, 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 no. It depends on what they're making. It depends on what they are making. Yes. So today we're going to make these stripy bottles. So Gabe says today we're going to make stripy bottles. And the rest of it they already know. Yes, so Gabe is 26 years, Sarah 22 years, Sayuri about 15 or 16 years. It's clean living and pure thoughts that keep them looking young. What? Oh, they're made just like you see them working right here now. Same thing. And then we put it in the fire, it makes the glass soft, and then you can stretch it, squeeze it, poke it, whatever you need to do to make the shape. Because we have to do this carving of the design, and that has to happen when it's cold. Can't do that. So we're going to sandblast the design into the surface. You can't do that while it's hot. So we make the blank with the proper layers of color on it. Cools off, then we do the carving, then we heat it up again and make it into whatever shape the final piece will be. Sarah is getting ready to blow. She's going to blow through that steel tube and inflate the glass as Gabe shapes it. That steel tube that the glass is on is hollow, so you blow in one end, the bubble gets bigger like a balloon on the other. When Gabe holds the glass down at an angle like that, the glass is soft, it stretches under its own weight, and he's making the bubble longer. steel. It doesn't get as hot as common sense would lead you to believe. If the pipes become too hot, we have a little gadget called the pipe cooler. There's a little trough. We lay this pipe in the trough. We spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. It depends on the artist. Some artists are real planners, and they draw everything out and measure 'em. Some people are more spontaneous. Just depends on the personality of the artist. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the bubble from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. Sarah is preparing the punty. We're going to stick it on the round part, break it off of Gabe's pipe, and then we can open up the opposite end. So right now the opposite end is kind of pinched. We want it to be like, not like this, but like that. Gabe's scratching a little circle on the end so you can see where the center is. That'll let him see where to put the punty, but once we heat it up again, that little scratch will disappear. Here comes Sarah with the punty. We stick it on. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from Gabe's pipe. Gabe is going to take his tweezers and he's going to dip them in water. He'll drip a little water where he wants the glass to break. The water will crack that glass, gives it a tap, and off it comes. So it was held from this side, now it's held from this side. Now we can open up the other side. Very rarely, but sometimes. Glass sometimes has a mind of its own. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions? You don't have to know anything. That's how these questions are for. Make things any size you want. Ornament, giant sculpture. I'd say 6 or 7 pounds. No, it's hollow. We start. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So look up a big screen. That's what our furnace looks like. So see the guy straight ahead? That's a furnace. That's what it's like inside. So inside there's a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The glass is kept at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has got the consistency of honey. So it's like a big giant crock pot full of honey. We want to make stuff, we take steel pipe, we dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. Pipe is hollow, so when you blow, ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, you let that bubble harden, then you dip it in again, coat it with more glass. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Okay. Sarah's heating up the glass in the glory hole. That's what we call the round furnaces. There's no glass in that furnace. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Gabe is taking a tool called the jacks, and he's pressing against the inside of that opening and making it wider. His assistant is holding a wooden paddle across the front to make it nice and even and straight and flat. We're going to roll it on the wet newspaper just to straighten the sides out. When we use the newspaper, it allows us to shape the glass without leaving any marks. It's just ordinary newspaper soaked in water. So we're almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in a special oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Each day we heat up the annealer to 890 degrees. We place all the objects that we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat, and it slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. If we just made it and put it on a table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. So over on your right, Sayuri's putting on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the finished Gras Blanc to our annealing oven. Same, oh, they just eyeballed it. The process, it doesn't have to be particularly accurate, it just has to be slow. So they were wood-fired kilns, so they throw less wood in there. They'd open up a vent. Eventually, you'd get to know your kiln and you figure out a process. So if the stuff didn't break, then you had it down pat. So into our annealer to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Sayuri Fukuda. So we're going to make these now. What? No, I'm just saying we're making these things on the pedestal, not asking you to move. Yes. So Gabe, in the light gray shirt, is dipping his pipe into the furnace. He's coated the end with clear glass. Sayuri has coated the end of her pipe with some molten glass. She's going to blow a little bubble. Gabe has picked up one of these chunks of colored glass, and we're going to coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. What? Blue. All glass looks orangey when it's hot. What you're seeing, the color you're seeing is the glow from the heat. So if I want to know what color it is, I got to ask Gabe. Also, some of our transparent colors. So this is a transparent smoked blue. It looks black. Switch this one. There's another blue. They're all blues here. Oh, this is a green. Sargasso green. The transparent colors, yes, the transparent colors are so densely packed with the pigment that the bars look black. But when you blow them out thin, you'll see that this is green and that one is blue. So over on the left, Sayuri has her bubble of clear glass. Gabe is heating up the blue glass. And we're going to coat Sayuri's bubble with the blue glass. We're going to drop a big blob of the blue on top of Sayuri's bubble. And we're going to smear that blue until it entirely coats the original bubble. Does anybody have any questions? We put up some of the kids' design stills. So we have a contest for kids. Any kid who comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and make it out of glass. Can we stop here for a second? So there's our team in the back. The girl standing in front is the winner of our contest. She's holding her drawing. And then below is the glass that we made from her drawing. You guys want to enter? You can take home and mail it in if you want. So you don't feel like you get pressure to do the drawing right now. So Sayuri has now coated her bubble with the colored glass, the blue. She's letting her bubble cool and stiffen, and we're going to coat it with clear glass. Behind that door is the glass furnace. The tank has 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. Sayuri's going over to our pipe cooler. That trough is called the pipe cooler. If the pipes get hot, we spray water on them. That cools them down and makes them easier to hold. The tool in Sayuri's hand is called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood itself is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. Hi. Good. You guys have any questions? Oh, that's the raw ingredients that make the glass. It's called batch. It's kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients already proportioned. We just shovel it in there and cook it. Yeah, they're the same. So we work out of one, we cook glass in the other. When we empty the full one, then we reverse cook glass in this one, work out of that. It depends on the weather. Uh, for every 10 degrees it goes up outside, it goes up about 20 in here. Yeah, the glass is hot. Okay, we use what's called a roller wrap. Can we put up the roller wrap drawing? We'll have a little diagram here in a minute. So if you look up on the big screen, we have a set of rollers. Those are these over here. We lay the pipe in here. We heat up a different color glass. We dab it on, and then we spin the pipe. And when we spin the pipe, it winds on a little stripe of the color. We'll be doing that pretty soon. And so when we spin it on, it'll be very even, and then Gabe will whack the glass around so it gets wavy. We're probably, I don't know, 5 minutes away from making the stripes. Yes. Yes. Everybody wants to take pictures, knock yourselves out. Thank you for asking. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Okay, well, we're making big fancy bottles like are on that pedestal. So over on the far left, Sarah is heating up the glass for the stripes. And I believe it's this color right here, which we call vanilla. So Gabe has put the pipe on the rollers. The rollers are set at a little bit of an angle so that when we spin it on the rollers, it not only spins on its axis, but it moves backward as well. And that allows us to wind on a stripe. In this, usually we keep everything straight, but we can get some unique stripe patterns by letting the glass sag a little bit. So it's not going to go straight on perpendicularly, but it's going to wind on in a little eccentric fashion. So here comes Sarah with the stripe color. And that's called a roller wrap, ROLLERWRAP. We're going to add a second set of stripes. For instance, if we cook the glass with copper, cook it one way, it turns turquoise blue. If we cook it a different way, it turns blood red. It's a little bit, it's not quite as straightforward as paint, but the basic idea is mostly metal dissolved in glass. So now Gabe's going to melt those stripes in. Gabe is the man in the gray shirt at the center of the workshop. So we do a little glass abuse there. And so he's banging it on the table, and it's going to move the stripes around so they're not completely uniform. They're more weird and wild, like you see. So now we have all the glass we need. We have our fancy stripe pattern. Next thing to do is blow it up to its full size and shape. Over on the right is our technician, Nick. Inside those metal tubes are all the ingredients to make the glass. Glass is made out of three things: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. So Sarah to the left is blowing and inflating the glass as Gabe shapes it.
I don't know about the properties of glass, but would it be possible to like etch something onto it? Like if you wanted to do a design on the glass that isn't just like
When it's cold, yes.
what?
When it's cold,
Oh,
not
when
while
it's
it's
cold?
hot. Yeah.
Oh, that's surprising because when you hot things usually are more like softer and stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of gooey. It's like uh, etching something to a ball of molasses or something.
Oh, that's cool.
So when it's cold, you can carve it very distinctly.
I see. Thank you.
So now Gabe is squeezing the glass with those big metal tongs. Those are called the jacks. He's kind of making the general shape. He's making a narrow part, which is going to become the neck, and a bulbous part, which is going to be the body. He's giving the glass a squeeze, making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe. Once we've got the thing all shaped, we'll take some water, drip it into that crease. That'll crack the glass just at that point. A little tap, and off it'll come. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Are we going to put it in what? In a museum? No, we're going to put it in the store to sell. There's a store right across the hall. Yes, sir. How hard do you have to blow? It's kind of like blowing up a balloon, so there's some resistance, but any ordinary person can do it. When we make really big, really thick things, then you have to use a lot of lung power. But for something like this, it's just like blowing up a balloon. So Sarah is blowing while Gabe shapes it. Sayuri is holding wooden paddles in front of Gabe's arm to shield him from the heat. When he points it down like that, the glass is soft and it will stretch under its own weight. It's making that bubble longer. High school and then went on an art college and studied it there.
So some of them did go and study it in college.
Yeah, it's not. I mean,
It's a big step.
it's not a requirement.
Right.
It's like it's like playing an instrument. If you sit you down at the bench and you're good at it, then we don't give a shit. You know where you studied or what degree you have. Either you're good or you're not. Right?
Yeah, I think he was just wondering more were like were these like grad students or were
Like,
these
did they start out as that, or?
No. These are all professionals, and they were hired as So now the glass is a little bit cooler, so you can see the pattern on the surface. The pattern of stripes is right on the surface, and so we're going to add a little dab of clear molten glass to the bottom to protect the pattern. We're going to attach another pipe to the bottom, and we don't want to damage the design, so we're insulating it with that little patch of clear glass. Has anybody got any questions? Yes. If he didn't like what he made, can he reuse the glass? We can only reuse clear glass. Once we've melted the color on, we can't throw it back in the furnace because the furnace is all clear glass. The next thing we're going to do is transfer the bottle from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Sarah, over on the left, is preparing the punty. She's coated the end of that steel rod with a little molten glass to make it sticky. She's going to bring it over to Gabe, and Gabe's going to stick it on. Sarah is heating up the tip of the punty so it's nice and soft and sticky. Stick it on the bottom. When that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Gabe is going to take his tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where he wants it to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now it's held from the bottom. The pipe was up here. Now it's held from the bottom. Now we can shape the neck. Yes? We buy them. No, the colors in glass come from metals dissolved in the glass when it's first cooked up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. Yeah. So making sure that that's on center. It's very important that the glass is centered. Working with glass is like working on a lathe or on a pottery wheel. The work spins and you hold the tools against it as it spins. Sarah can control how much of the glass gets hot by how far she sticks it into that oven. So right now we're just working on the neck. So she's kind of backed out quite a bit. You'll see this part will be glowing when she comes out. That'll be extra hot and soft. This part will be cooler and harder. Gabe's making sure that neck is straight. He's going to flare the end of that, make a little flange on top. And we're going to use that flange to stretch out that neck. So it gives him something to pull against. And that'll stretch out the neck. Ayuri, kneel down in front, is blowing air into that form to make the front end a little fuller and rounder. We're going to knock off that little flange. That was just there temporarily to give us something to pull with. Now that's done, we knock it off. Now Gabe's going to widen the opening. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. He's pressing against the soft glass on the inside of the opening to make it wider. So we're getting fairly close to being done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off that metal rod. We're going to put it in that big black oven that's called the annealer, and we'll cool it slowly overnight. If we just made it, set it on the table, walked away, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. Does anybody have any questions? Over to the right, Sayuri has put on some big yellow Kevlar gloves. She's going to carry the finished bottle to our annealing oven. She grabs it. It's blue, transparent blue, with a kind of cream colored stripes. All the colors you see while we're working are distorted by the heat. You really have to let it to cool off to see the true color. She's warming up the gloves. Once again, we're going to use water to take the bottle off the metal pipe. We'll drip water on the joint between the metal rod and the bottle itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. We're going to soften a spot on the bottom with that torch, and then stamp it with the museum logo. And over to the annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Sayuri Fukuda, and Kristen Elliott. Anybody has any questions before you go? Nope. Thanks for coming in. We're going to make another one right now, so if you came in later, you want to watch it from the beginning, we're going to do that again. Thanks for coming in. So we're going to start another one right away. So over on the left, Sarah's heating up a chunk of colored glass. Sayuri, to her right, is dipping into the furnace, and she's going to blow a bubble of clear glass, and we're going to coat the clear glass with the colored glass. So over on the left, we drop a blob of colored glass onto Sayuri's bubble. We'll smear that colored glass until it entirely coats the original bubble. Can we put up a color overlay drawing? So we color each piece individually by melting on a layer of colored glass. So what we just did was number 1 in that diagram. We just dropped a big blob of color on top. Now Sayuri on the far left is smearing it until it entirely coats the original bubble. And then we're going to dip it in more clear glass. And when we blow it up, that colored layer will line the object with color. So all these blues and greens that you see here, it's just a skinny little lining of color, just like in that picture. But for all intents and purposes, it looks like it's made out of colored glass. Yes. Say what? Just one layer of color. Well, we can put 2 if you want 2, but no, it's like we just making some things earlier where we wanted white on the inside and black on the outside. So we coated it with 2 layers of color. But for this, we just want 1. You just blow the clear bubble, heat up the stick of colored glass, and melt on a layer of whatever color. Does that make sense? Yeah. The reason we do it that way is so that we can have any color we want any time we want. If we filled up our furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. This way, we make a red thing, a blue thing, a pink thing, whenever we want. So Sayuri is sticking her bubble into the big furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We're going to shape that up. The tool in her hand is called the block. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, nor does it leave any marks as we shape the glass. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? We're making those fancy bottles that you see on the pedestal. Oh, cool. Welcome to Tacoma. You know, we don't charge extra for the seats. So, yeah, the best seats in the house really are right over here. because you can then see what he's doing. Most of the action will be at this center bench. So we're spraying water on the metal pipe. That cools it down, makes it easier to hold. So here he's bringing the glass over to Gabe, and Gabe is going to take over from this point on. Does anybody have any questions? So we're making these bottles right here. You guys have any questions? Do you have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? She's heating it up to make it soft so Gabe can shape it. The tool in Gabe's hand is called the block. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, we can shape the glass and the tool doesn't burn. Now Gabe is shaping the glass with a pad of wet newspaper, ordinary newspaper. When he gets it to the proper shape, we're going to wind on a spiral stripe decoration called a roller wrap. Can we put up the roller wrap diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, we're going to set the pipe on these rollers here. We're going to get a glass of a different color. We're going to touch it on and then spin the pipe, and it'll wind on a skinny, nice spiral stripe. It's called the roller wrap, and it's been around since, I'd say, the middle of the 1800s. Sarah's been here, I don't know, maybe 15 years, and Sayuri is a part timer, and she's been working with us for maybe 8, 9 years. Oh, there's the girls. There's you know what? No, I said Sarah's probably about 15 or 16. Sayuri's probably been here. She's just a part timer, so she's not here all the time. No, no, they're all professionals. They have to be professionals when they get here. So Gabe is dragging the glass against that metal plate, and so the stripes will kind of go wavy instead of just a straight, uniform spiral. So Sarah is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's blowing. She blows through that steel pipe and inflates the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes. Yes. It's completely hollow. It's like blowing up a balloon. So there's some resistance, but anyone could do it. Yes. There's no water in that tool. There's the, it looks like a scoop, but we use it empty. We just want the wood itself to be wet. It looks like a scoop, and you naturally assume that we scoop up water, but we don't. We use it empty. Just want the wood damp so it doesn't burn. The round oven where Gabe is heating it up now is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And that would be 1250 centigrade. Yes. You see those tubes on the metal tubes? Inside those tubes are all the ingredients to make the glass. We call it batch, B-A-T-C-H. We toss it in the furnace, we cook it overnight. In the morning, we have a tank full of melted glass. Then we just, when the glass is all cooked up, we just dip our pipe in there, a little bit sticks to the end, and then we blow. We put up the honey dipper picture. So the glass in the furnace is like honey, has the same consistency. So we just dip it in, a little bit sticks to the end, we blow, blows up like a balloon. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Oh, okay. Well, we're making those fancy bottles that you see on the pedestal. So now he's swinging it to make that bubble longer. The, we think that glass blowing started in the area where Syria and Lebanon is now, and we think it started around 50 or 75 BC. So it's, you know, yeah, I mean, pottery making is older than glass making. And so if they, you know, they had kilns to fire pots, then they had a lot of the technology to make glass. Yes, sir. Oh. The color in glass comes mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. Yes. It's not impossible. Is it impossible for one person to do it? Yes. Um, it's very limiting. It's much more suited to working in teams. I would compare blowing glass by yourself as those one-man bands where the guy's got the drums on his stomach and the cymbals on his head. That's like blowing glass by yourself. But people do it out of necessity, but it really limits what you can do. We're going to put a little patch of clear glass on the bottom. The stripe design is on the very outside of the glass. And we're going to attach another pipe to the bottom. We don't want to damage the design, so we're adding a little clear glass to insulate the design. Yes, sir. How long does it take to make one of those? I'd say they're running about half hour, 40 minutes. Yeah, I mean, we work basically from 10 to 1 and 2 to 5. They're holding a wooden paddle across the bottom, make the bottom flat. So the bottom of the bottle is the part that's sticking out. The top is the part still attached to the pipe. The next part of this process is to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Sarah, over on the left, is preparing the punty. We're going to use her rod as a temporary handle to hold the bottle from the bottom while we shape the top. You guys have any questions? You don't have to, just if you want it. She, she's got the end is coated with a little bit of molten glass. We're going to stick it on the bottom of the bottle, and then we're going to break the glass away from the pipe it's on. So it's going to just stick on there like a little handle. No, just to hold it. So we stick it on. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass from Gabe's pipe. So it'll be held from here This part will be exposed and this part can be heated and shaped. So when we're ready to remove it, Gabe will take his tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where we want it to break, and then a little tap on the pipe, and off it comes. Now it's held from the bottom, top is exposed. Yes, sir. Me? Somebody told me glass was fun. I took a class, and now it's like 44 years later. Yeah. What? No, no, I'm just a tour guide. I am the man, the lowest man on the totem pole. Over to the right, you'll see Nick, our technician. He's going to shovel the ingredients that make up the glass into the furnace. That's called charging the furnace. There are three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Glass is mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We have to cook that stuff overnight at 2,400 degrees. All that stuff melts together and makes glass. In the center, Gabe is widening that opening. He's going to make a little flange on the end. And we're going to use that little flange to stretch out the neck. So he has something to push against as he stretches the neck. Once he gets it stretched to his satisfaction, we'll break off that little gnarly knob at the end. Every once in a while, we have to take the torch and warm up the connection between the metal rod, the punty, and the bottle itself. If that connection gets too cold, it'll crack spontaneously, and the whole thing will fall on the floor. And when I say too cold, I mean below 900 degrees. Now Gabe's going to widen the opening. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. He presses it against the inside. Oh, he's going to trim it. So you're going to stretch it out a little and trim some of that thick glass off, and then we're going to open it. He's grabbing it with tweezers, stretching it. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, sir. In the furnace. Yeah, it's like the glass in the furnace is when it's all cooked up, is like honey, has a consistency of honey. Yeah, can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what the furnaces look like inside. Each one has a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The consistency of the glass is like honey. We just take the pipes and we dip them in like we're dipping into a jar of honey. Yep. Gabe's widening the opening with the jacks. Sayuri's holding a wooden paddle across the front. Keep it nice and straight. She's shielding Gabe's hand and arm from the heat. So we're almost done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take the bottle off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Each day we heat up the annealer to 890 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. So one of the glass blowers has put on some Kevlar gloves. She's going to carry the finished bottle to our annealing oven. When she grabs that bottle, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. We're going to give the pipe a tap, and off it'll come. We're going to soften a little spot on the bottom with that torch, and we're going to stamp it with the museum logo. And into our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Sarah Gilbert, Sayori Fukuda, and Gabe Phoenix. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah.
How did they keep them from breaking when they made these before you had
Same way. They had the cooling process doesn't have to be precise, it just has to be slow. So the kilns were fired with wood, so maybe you threw a little less wood on the fire, maybe you opened a vent hole. You just have to get to know your kiln, and you can get a routine that'll be good enough. So next thing we're going to do is called pulling cane. Cane are rods of glass like this. We melt them into other pieces of glass to make stripes. When we use them in this sort of pencil size. And instead of making each one individually, we're going to stretch out a rod that's maybe 30 or 40 feet long, and we're going to chop it up and make it into the individual canes. We're going to make, usually we make them colored, but this time we're going to make some clear cane for some project that one of our guest artists has. I'm not exactly sure what that is. So it's kind of fun to watch. Glass has an amazing ability to stretch. So Gabe is preparing the clear glass over there. The trick when we're pulling cane is to get the glass to draw out evenly. You don't want thick parts and thin parts. We want a uniform diameter. Can we put up picking up cane on a bubble? So this will just give you an idea how we use the cane. So each of these little rods will become one stripe in the finished object. So in the center drawing, you can see we've laid out a pattern of stripes. We roll a bubble of glass over it. The little stripes stick to the bubble. We melt them in. Then we blow it up. Each rod is one stripe in the final piece. Gabe's going over to our furnace. He's going to coat his with the bubble with a little more molten glass. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking a gather. Gather. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. She's cooling off. What is he doing? He's cooling off the pipe. He's just spraying water on the metal pipe to cool it down and make it easier to hold. Sayuri, over on the right, has made a little disc of glass on the end of her steel pipe. We call that the post, and we're going to use that as a handle to stretch out the glass that Gabe is preparing. Here we go. We'll attach Gabe's glass to the post. And now we'll begin to stretch. This is called pulling cane, C-A-N-E. They'll stretch it out as far as they can. When they feel it's stretched as much as they want it, they'll stop. They'll hold it up in the air for a minute. They'll let it stiffen up. Gabe's draped it around that wooden rod, trying to get a little extra length out of it, since we don't have that much room in our studio. So he's doubling back. Who gets more length? So I don't know, we'll get maybe, I don't know, 60 feet of cane out of that one pull. Break off the two ends and let it rest on those wooden ladders to cool. Gabe's going to bust it up into more manageable sections. Yep, okay. We'll leave that on the wooden ladders to cool, and when we're getting ready to use it, we'll chop it up in those pencil lengths. So when we use them, they'll be like this, so we get a lot of them out of all that cane. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. If anybody has any questions or anything before I leave, I'd be happy to answer them. And I think we'll be back making these bottles after lunch. So, no one? Okay. Enjoy your lunch.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Cade, dai, cade, su, cade. Ferma, non troppo. È una lingua, io dico internazionale, perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente, con le cose che faccio. Dai! La cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni, e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta sul vetro, un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. E una passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte. E mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva. Ok. I like it. So fruit, you look fruit. Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando usciva la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte, per rimanere sveglio, giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato non lo so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Ok? Il padrone, il direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, fornace di artistico con il maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante, io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati. Basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Il silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini. Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del massello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19, ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese, e hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri. E lui ha detto, uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi. Questa era stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita, un complimento da un grande maestro, così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello. Perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani. Ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo pari per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. la voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni. Descrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scultura. C'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro. Io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me, è cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. Faccio parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
non muoverti, ferma. Cade, dai, cade, su, cade. Ferma, non troppo. È una lingua, io dico internazionale, perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente, con le cose che faccio. Dai! La cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni, e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta sul vetro, un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. La passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte, e mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva. Ok, I like it. So fruit, you look fruit. Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando uscivo la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte, per rimanere sveglio, giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Okay? Il padrone, il direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto: sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto: ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, fornace di artistico con maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante. Io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati. Basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Il silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini. Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del massello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19, ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese. E hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri. E lui ha detto, uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi. Questa è stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita. Un complimento da un grande maestro, così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello. Perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani. Ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire, di dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. Scrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scultura. C'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro, io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me. Cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Cade, dai, cade, adesso, cade. Ferma, non troppo. È una lingua, io dico internazionale perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente con le cose che faccio. Dai! La cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta su vetro, un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. La passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte, e mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva. Ok, I like it. So fruit, you look fruit. Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando uscivo la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte per rimanere sveglio giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non lo so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Okay? Il padrone, il direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, formarsi di artistico con un maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante, io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati. Basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Il silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini. Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del massello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, Però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento, sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19, ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese, e hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri. E lui ha detto, uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi. Questa è stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita. Un complimento da un grande maestro, così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello. Perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani. Ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo pari per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. Descrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scultura. C'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro. Io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me, è cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. Faccio parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo pari per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Cade, dai, cade, cade. Ferma, non troppo. È una lingua, dico internazionale, perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente, con le cose che faccio. Dai! La cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambina, avevo 5 anni, e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta su vetro, un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. E una passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte, e mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva. Ok, I like it. So fruit, you look fruit. Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando usciva la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte, per rimanere sveglio, giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non lo so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Padrone, direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto: sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto: ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, fornace di artistico con maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante. Io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati. Basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Il silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini. Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del mascello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, Però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento, sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19, ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese, e hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri. E lui ha detto, uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi. Questa era stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita. Un complimento da un grande maestro, così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello. Perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani. Ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire, di no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. Descrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scultura. Non c'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro. Io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me, è cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. Faccio parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire, di no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Cade, dai, cade, su, cade. Ferma, non troppo. È una lingua, io dico internazionale perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente con le cose che faccio. Dai!
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. We're going to be making these big fancy bottles. Just to get you started, I'm going to start out with just a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side. If you look up on the big screen, you see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So each one has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 centigrade. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get it out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes. We dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden. Then we dip it in a second time or a third time. Just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. We buy our colored glass separately in various forms. We buy it in bars and chips and powders. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of whatever color we want the object to be, and then we coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. In a big factory where you're going to make everything the same color, then they melt the colored glass in the big furnace, and you fill it up with blue and make 100 blue bowls. Here, we're a bunch of artsy-fartsies, and we want to make a red thing, then a green thing, then a blue thing. So we coat each piece individually, and then we can have any color we want, anytime we want. Once you get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. If you think of the glass like wax, when you get wax hot, it gets soft, but fairly quickly it starts to get stiff again. Glass is the same way. So we do whatever shaping we can while the glass is hot and soft, and when it starts to get stiff, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round guys with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. And that's basically it. That's glass blowing. You can all go home now. No. So over on the far left, Sayuri has coated, she blew the bubble of clear glass. We've coated it with the colored glass. Now she's shaping it up a little bit, and then we're going to start to coat it with more clear glass. So we just want that one skinny colored layer, and when we blow it up, it'll line the glass with color. So that's true of all these. All these are mostly clear glass, and it will have a lining of blue, a lining of green, a lining of orangey pink. You guys have any questions so far? The folks that we're working with are professional glass blowers. Sayuri Fukuda, who's working on the glass right now. Sarah Gilbert, who's opening the door to the furnace. And Gabe Feenan in the light gray shirt. So Sayuri has just coated her bubble with a layer of clear glass. And now she's shaping it up. Just trying to make it nice and even. Hi. Yeah.
How does sand become fragile when it's baked?
How does sand become fragile? Shuffling it. Look, yeah, like you were
But
saying.
how does it become fragile?
Well, becomes glass because we add sodium to it. That makes it softer and makes it easier to break. So there's three ingredients in glass: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand, lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Sodium is softens the glass, makes it melt at a lower temperature, and the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes it.
Thank you.
It depends on the person.
The glass is made out of sand
Sand, soda ash, and lime.
and it comes, you purchase it in a solid block and then put
No,
it
no,
in.
no, no. We purchase it. We get the glass with the. It's what called batch, and it's like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients, all proportioned. We shovel it into the furnace. We cook it overnight at 2,400 degrees. It all melts together and makes glass. No, once a week, once every 10 days. What? There is no one. It's a powder. Medium fine. So Sayuri's bringing the glass to Gabe. Gabe's going to shape it with a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Hi. How are you? Good. Do you guys have any questions? So if you look to the center bench, sitting to the left, that's Sayuri. She's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that tube and inflate the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Yes. To cool it down. Well, it's cool. When it's hot, when it becomes uncomfortable, they go over to that trough. It's called the pipe cooler. They spray water on it, and if it gets hot again, we'll cool it down again. No, I mean they have calluses, but if you put it in the pipe cooler, it's perfectly easy to hold. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to put on a fancy spiral stripe. We do it with a method called the roller wrap, R-O-L-L-E-R. Can we put up the roller wrap diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little drawing. We're going to take the pipe. We're going to set it in these rollers here. We're going to dab on a little molten glass of a different color. And we'll spin the pipe. And when we spin the pipe, it's going to wind on a nice tight spiral strip. So those rollers are set at a little bit of an angle. So instead of just rotating like this, it'll rotate and it'll move backwards at the same time. So Sarah's heating up the glass for the stripe over there. I think it's, do you have a bar out here? I think it's this color called vanilla. So here comes Sarah. She'll dab it on, and then Gabe will start spinning the pipe. And it winds on a nice spiral stripe. We'll melt that into the surface, and then we'll continue. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? So now, Gabe wants these stripes not only to be in a nice spiral, but he wants to shift them around so they look like this. So he's going to bang it against the metal table, and that'll move the stripes. Get some of your aggression out. So now that we've shifted the stripes a little, we're going to round the whole thing out again. It's smooth. We've melted the stripes in completely.
Okay, that's what I wondered. It seemed like that.
On some things we leave them raised a bit, but on this we've melted them in completely. get hot sometimes when we make big things, then they become uncomfortable and then they put on clothes.
Why are they wearing it right now?
Show me. They're comfortable. When it gets really hot, difficult, then they'll put clothes on.
When I went black, something I put on.
Yeah.
My mom had, we studied to be a glassmaker. He said he wants to work in industrials.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's no particular, just like learning an instrument. It's more like learning an instrument than being a lawyer. Being a lawyer, you do this, 2 years of this, 3 years of that. Nothing like that in glass blowing. So here in Tacoma, you can learn in the public schools.
But the problem is kids learn it in school. Imagine that.
We have some assistants that, they started in middle school, they went through high school, and now they work here.
That's perfect. Thank you.
There's a glassmaking camp.
What?
Is there a glassmaking camp?
There is.
Oh.
There is. It's about 80 miles north of here. It's
Oh.
called the Pilchuck School. But it's camp for adults, not camp for kids.
Okay.
But it's out in the middle of the woods. It feels like camp.
Cool.
Maybe you can go to glass blowing camp next career.
There you go. There's lots of places around here that give lessons. They probably have to be like, I don't know, 16 years. Each place has a different age. Not really. Only had one trip emergency room last 15 years, and that was from somebody slipping and falling, not from the glass. So Gabe is squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks, and he's kind of making the general shape. He's making a narrow part, which is going to be the neck, and a wider part, which is going to be the body. Gabe is heating up the glass in the glory hole. The glory hole runs on natural gas, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 1250 centigrade. Yes.
Remelt that and do it again?
Can we remelt the glass again? We can we can reuse our clear glass waste. We don't have a good way to reuse our colored glass because the big furnace where we melt it is all clear, and we can't throw little bits of red and purple in there. I could lie to you, but this is pretty nice, perfect. Thanks for having me. Thanks for really having me. When we swing the glass like that, the centrifugal force stretches it out and makes the bubble longer. So Sarah to the left is blowing as Gabe shapes it. This arrangement where one person blows while the other one shapes it is very typical of the Venetian style of glass blowing. Starting in 1978, a number of Venetian masters came to the United States and began teaching the young Americans. And since that time, we work pretty much in the Venetian style. How heavy are those rods? It depends. We have different sizes for making different sized things, but they probably range from 6 to 10 pounds, depending on which one you use. Probably. The gray pad in Gabe's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper. It's just folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. That's also newspaper that he's rolling it on the table. You guys have any questions?
I do. So when Sarah blows the glass, is that painful or
No, it's
no?
like
It
blowing
doesn't
up
get
a
hot.
balloon.
Awesome. Okay. Cool.
It's really nothing, any average person could do. Sayuri is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom and a second paddle to shield Gabe's arm from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if you put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. How are you guys? You guys have any questions?
No, it's just fascinating to watch.
Good.
You guys ever get burned?
You get little burns like you get working in a kitchen.
Yeah.
So little annoying things, not medical things.
I see. Not like a major one.
The blowtorch allows him to focus the heat in a particular place. We put it in the big round oven, kind of heats it up generally. The torch allows us, when we need the heat, focused in a particular place. The glass that's wrapped around the end of the pipe has to be kept warm. If we allow it to get too cold, it'll crack. And by too cold, I mean below 900 degrees. They started blowing glass into molds. So it was done the same thing, except they didn't really shape it by hand. They just dropped the bubble into a mold. And in sort of early 1900s, they made automatic bottle making, entirely automatic. No, you didn't. No, the machine would. No people involved. It's the machine that popped out bottles, that compressed air. And early 1900s. So now we have the bottle grabbed from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Is there a particular kind of wood they use in the paddles? We mostly use fruit woods, apple, pear, cherry. It kind of depends on where you live. Here in Washington, we use a lot of cherry. The fruit woods are very dense, so they burn slowly, and they don't have much resin, so they don't smoke. Sarah can control how much of the glass gets hot by how deep she sticks it into that furnace. So right now she's backed out quite a bit, and so the front end will get very hot and soft, and the back end will be kind of unaffected. You'll see when she comes out, the very top will be glowing. When we finish here, it'll go into that big oven, and we'll cool it down slowly overnight. It just breaks. We just made it and put it on the table and walked away. The thing would cool too quickly, and it would break. It has to be cooled slowly, or else it breaks. So Gabe is stretching out the neck. He's going to use that slayer to grab the glass to stretch it, and then once he's got it stretched to his satisfaction, then he's going to bust off that gnarly part. So he's going to bust off the part he used to stretch it.
You do a drawing, and then they pick once a month. They pick one drawing out of the whole set of kids' drawings. So it's like a lottery. They
Oh,
make.
God, God, no. You look at him carefully. It's not a lottery. You pick the coolest one.
Oh, it's not a lottery.
No, no. Quality.
How do you know who made them?
You,
You write your name.
like she said.
What's that?
Gabe's widening the opening. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. So we're getting fairly close to being done. Everything that we make like this has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. Each day we heat up the annealer to 890 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly, slowly, slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. Yeah. By eye, how they do it hundreds of years ago? By eye. There were wood-fired kilns, so they'd throw in a little less wood. They'd open a vent hole. You just get to know your kiln. It doesn't have to be, the process doesn't have to be precise. It just has to be slow. If you look to your right, one of the glass blowers is putting on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven. Those big yellow gloves are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that glass, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. Gabe's going to take his tweezers, drip water onto the joint between the metal rod and the bottle. The water will crack that joint. A little tap will release it. We'll soften a spot on the bottom with that torch, and then we'll stamp it with the museum logo. And into the annealer to cool slowly overnight. Anybody got any questions? Yeah, these are going to go in the store, our store across the hall. One of our favorite things to do here at the museum is we have a contest for kids. Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and make whatever they drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum. There's entry forms out in the lobby, and we have a little video show you some of the things we've done with the kids in the past. Could we play Kids Design Glass?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win,
but
I think it's going to stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. That almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
You got to be 12 or younger. So we're about to start the next bottle. We're making these bottles that you see here. Sayuri in dark shirt. She's got some clear glass from our furnace. She's going to blow a little bubble of clear glass, and then we're going to coat it with colored glass. Gabe, over on the left, he's got the colored glass, and he's warming it up. Watch her bubble. See a little bubble pop out? That's how we start almost every object that we make. We just blow a little puff of air into the tube, close it up with our thumb, and the heat and pressure expands the air and blows out the first bubble automatically. So Gabe is heating up the glass. Gabe in the light gray shirt. He brings it over to Sayuri. We drop on a big blob. Sayuri will push it back till it entirely coats the original bubble. This is called a color overlay. over on the left, Sayuri is going to let that bubble cool and stiffen, and then we're going to coat it with clear glass. Hi, how are you? Good. Do you have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? You guys? We're going to put more glass on it, then we're going to blow it up like a balloon. Actually, these are running about 30, 40 minutes. We're going to do what's called the roller wrap. We're going to take another color of glass, heat it up, jab it on, and we're going to spin the pipe and wind it, and then melt it. He dipped it in the big tank of melted glass. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So inside that oven there, it looks like that. There's a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. The melted glass is kept at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has a consistency of honey. So it's like dipping into a big jar of honey. So each time we dip it into the furnace, only a certain amount of glass sticks. So if we want to make something large, we blow a bubble, let it harden, dip it in, let that one harden, dip it in again. We just keep repeating the process until we have enough glass to make whatever we're making. Just one bubble. She's shaping the glass with a pad of wet newspaper. Just ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. So we're going to dip it in once more. Each time we dip it into the big tank of melted glass, it's called taking a gather. Gather. She's going over to our pipe cooler. It's a little trough. We spray water on it to cool it down, make it easier to hold. So she's just spraying the water on the metal pipe, not on the glass. She's turning it. She stopped turning it. So at this point, all the action is going to be moving over to the center workbench. The best seats in the house are sort of on this side. You don't want to be right behind him. You want to be a little bit to the right so you can see his hands and while he's working. The color in glass comes mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. When they're cooking up colored glass, we buy our colored glass. We don't make it ourselves. We buy it in the form of these bars, and we melt a layer of colored glass onto our clear glass. So Sayuri is blowing as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So Sayuri's the woman seated to the left of the workbench. She's the one that's blowing as Gabe shapes it. One-man bands where the guy's got the drums on his stomach and the cymbals on his head. It's a team sport. So next thing we're going to do is put on our spiral stripe. Could we put up the roller wrap diagram? So if you look up at the big screen, Sarah's heating up a contrasting color of glass. Gabe will set his pipe on these rollers here. Sarah will dab it on, and then he'll spin the pipe. And the rollers are set at a slight angle, so it not only turns on its axis, but it'll go backwards at the same time. And that'll enable us to wind on a nice tight spiral stripe. So this is called a roller wrap. So over on the far left, Sarah's heating up the glass for the stripe. Here we go. We're about to put on the roller wrap. It's kind of fun to watch. Sarah comes over. We'll dab it on and pull it away, and then spin the pipe. Then we'll put that in the fire and melt that into the surface. So these bottles are Gabe's design, and he doesn't want it to be just a complete uniform spiral. So he's going to bump it around on the table, and so the lines get kind of wavy. I think this is Gabe's favorite part. Hi. How are you guys? Good. Okay. What? Yeah, just. Well, there's two kinds of furnaces. There's the glass furnaces, which are the ones with the doors closed. Those are on 24/7. The round ones that they're in and out of as they're working, those are only on during the working day. Zero. Zero. None. We don't put any colored glass in there at all. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. We buy our colored glass in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint. We put it in this oven over here, warm it up a little. We don't melt it. I'll tell you what. I'm going to show you a little video. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Oh, that's a glassy town. Yep, yep. Yes.
manufacturing this stuff in the neighborhoods that they're situated. There's residential neighborhoods, full size of residential. There's another company there that makes colored glass.
Ouroboros?
What's that?
Ouroboros?
Yeah. And they got big fines and almost shut down. And they may still eventually shut down because the neighborhood's been complaining about the vapors they produce in their trees. No, they're still where they are. So it's a problem making these colored glasses in this country, isn't it? The toxic, well, things like cobalt.
Yeah.
Is toxic because the gas is blue. No, not.
No. It's
It's a problem. It is.
sort of. It's not clear that the metals that they found were from the glass. I believe when Bullseye installed some scrubbers, and now they're cool with the EPA or whatever.
It's the neighbors near their production plant, which is east side of Portland, are still up. It was just recent earthquake. They're still not happy.
Well, I mean, whether they're happy or not is different than whether there's actually a danger.
That's right. They're not artists. They're not glass artists.
No. Just, people are very sensitive. And
Bullseye had a wonderful showroom. They had a wonderful showroom.
So when we swing the glass like that, the glass is soft and it makes it longer. It's stretching under its own weight. How do we get the stripes on? Can we put up the roller wrap drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a diagram. So we heat up a contrasting colored glass. We dabbed it onto our bubble, and then we spun the pipe. And as we spun the pipe, it wrapped around and made a spiral pattern. Then we melted that into the surface. Does that answer your question? That's called a roller wrap, and it's a pretty standard decorative technique. Thanks for coming in. Does anybody have any questions? Questions are free. we'll flatten the bottom. So on the right, Nick in the overalls is doing what's called charging the furnace. Each of those metal tubes has all the ingredients to make the glass. We put it in a little bit at a time. We let it cook for a little while, and then we'll put in some more. The mixture that we use is called batch, B-A-T-C-H. It's kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients all measured out, and we just shovel it into the furnace, cook it overnight at 2,400 degrees. In the morning, we have a tank of glass. Now we're going to flatten the bottom. Sayuri is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom. Gabe is holding his jacks against the side. Keep everything straight. Make a nice crisp corner. Gabe is a fan of crisp corners. Sayuri on the left is going to get a little bit of glass out of our furnace, clear glass. We're going to dab a little bit on the bottom to protect the design. We're going to attach another pipe to the bottom, and when we break it off, we don't want it taking a chunk of the design out, so we add a little extra glass in that spot, and that'll protect the design. The next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Sarah on the far left, she's making the punty. She's going to coat the end of her steel pipe with a little molten glass. And we're going to use that as a temporary handle to hold the bottle from the bottom while we shape the top. Gabe's going to scratch a little circle so he can see where the center is. We want to attach the punty in the center. When he feels that bond is strong enough, we'll take some tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where we want it to break. Here he goes. And then just a gentle tap on the pipe, we'll release it. So now the bottle is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Has anybody got any questions? You guys have any questions? So now we're working on shaping the neck. We'll open the opening at the top and flare it. Make a little flange. And we're going to use that flange to stretch the neck out. So we got to have something to push against. So we flared it open as a little flange. We'll stretch it out. When we get it stretched as far as he wants it, then we'll cut that off. No. No, think of it like wax. When you get wax hot, it gets soft. When it cools, it gets hard. And you can do that forever. So Gabe is stretching it out, and Sayuri is blowing air into the front end to make the glass at the top a little thinner. Whoa! Whoops. I think maybe the joint where we were holding it with the pipe was a little cold, and when we tried to knock off that little knob, the whole thing came off. So it happens. That's right. The where it attached. Yeah, exactly. It gets hard. Don't worry. We'll take it out of Gabe's pay. No.
Pretty hard thing to make. It's very long. It's hard to keep the back hot enough and keep the front hot enough. It's a very delicate balance. I knew we were playing like it was we were out of the fire a little too long that time, but I thought we could get away with it. Oh, it's 4 feet deep. 4 feet? Yeah, about, yeah.
We'll just make another one. Let's see. We came back at 10 after 2, so it was an hour and 20 minutes. We had into that. What? There you go. Well, you 10 after 2, right? Oh. Okay, that's right. I'm sorry. We made 2 in that time. So halve that. Sorry about that. Yeah, if you can't deal with disappointment, then glass blowing is not the job for you. Sometimes the glass has a mind of its own, and no matter what you do, it doesn't cooperate. So, if you're the kind of person that throws golf clubs, you don't want to be a glass blower. So we're going to start another one. Sayuri is got some glass out of our furnace. The steel pipe in her hand is called the blowpipe. She's going to roll that glass on the table, shape it up, and then she's going to blow one tiny little puff of air into the tube and close it up with her thumb. And the heat and pressure will expand the air and blow out the first bubble. Here we go. Watch the bubble, and magically, a little bubble pops out the end. That's how we start almost every hollow object that we make, whether it's a wine glass, a lampshade, a sculpture of a monkey. It all starts out with that one little puff. Yes. So Sarah, standing up, is heating up some colored glass, and we're going to coat Sayori's bubble with the colored glass. We buy our colored glass in the form of these bars. We buy it like artist buys paint. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of whatever color we want it to be, and then we coat that initial bubble with the colored glass. Does anybody have any questions? We're making those bottles that you see on that pedestal. This is the very beginning. You can sell it as a puzzle, a jigsaw puzzle, with a tube of glue, and you can make your own. Oh, it's okay. They're nice. They're. It's almost kind of mid-century, that kind of thing. People go in for mid-century design. Don't worry about it. We're making another one. So over on the left, Sayuri is shaping the glass. The tool in her hand is called the block. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, we can shape the glass without leaving any marks. Sayuri will let that bubble cool and stiffen a bit, and then we're going to dip it in more clear glass. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like a big giant crock pot full of honey. The next thing we're going to do is add a spiral stripe. It's called a roller wrap. Can we put up the roller wrap diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. We're going to take the pipe. We're going to set it on these rollers here. We're going to spin it, and as we spin it, we'll wind on a stripe of a contrasting color. So Sarah over there has the colored glass. Gabe has the bubble. And this is kind of a fun little process to watch. So Sarah's heating up the glass for the stripe, some kind of white. Gabe is letting his bubble get cooler and stiffer, so when we spin it, it doesn't flop around. Because we kind of spin it kind of fast. Anybody have questions? guys have any questions? Nope. So here we go. Sarah's going to come over with her glass for the big stripe. We'll dab it onto the bubble, pull it back a little, and spin. So that's called a roller wrap. It's a kind of standard decoration. Now Gabe will melt that wrap in. Put it in the fire, melt it into the surface. Next, we're going to abuse the glass a little bit. Let out some aggressions. So Gabe is doing that for therapeutic reasons? No. He's doing it to make the stripes wiggle around, so not a straight spiral, but if you can see on those finished ones, it's going to be more of a wavy spiral. Yeah, it has a little, got little grooves in it, so it drags it over. Groove. So Sarah, sitting at the bench, she's the one that's blowing. She's blowing through the steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Just being careful. Sometimes we burn our hands, but just a little bit, and you put it in cold water. That's the key. Cold water, and keep it there. That's a nice little doggy you got there. Does it have a name? Husky. Very appropriate. Do you know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever you drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the museum and one for you to keep. And you have to be 12 or younger. Are you 12 yet? High five. Okay, we just made it. Can we show some of the kids' designed stills up on the big screen and sort of stop at the one? So look up on this thing. These are some of the pieces we made from the kids' drawings. So you see that little girl up at the top there? Yeah, she was the winner of the contest, and she's holding her drawing, and those are the glass pieces we made from her drawing. So it's free to enter. If we, outside there's a little table. It has the entry forms. Just grab one for each kid, and we pick them once a month. And if you win, we'll call you up. You can bring the family down, and yeah, we'll make one, get one to keep. You're welcome. Yes, sir. How much pressure do they blow in the pipe? It's kind of like blowing up a balloon, so there's some resistance, but not excessive. It's only when we make really big, thick things that we really have to huff and puff. I think it's 3. When he swings it like that, he's trying to elongate the bubble. Glass is soft, and soft enough that it'll stretch under its own weight. So Sarah, seated to the left of the workbench, she's the one that's blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as Gabe shapes it. Sarah, Sayuri, and Gabe. She's from Japan. She's in her 30s. She's 36. They all look, they're younger than they are. Gabe, he's 49. Clean living and pure thoughts. So we're rolling it on that pad of newspaper. As long as the newspaper is wet, we can roll it on there and straighten out the sides without leaving any marks. Next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Sarah, over on the far left, is making the punty. She's coating the end of that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass. That'll make it sticky. She's going to bring it over to Gabe, and Gabe is going to stick it on. Yes. No, it's not really choreographed at all. These guys are pros. They know what to do. Um, I compare it to like studio musicians. You know, there's guys who are really good, and you can just stick a sheet of music in front of them, and they play. This is the way these guys are. When they start a new piece, you know, they talk about it for maybe 5, at most 10 minutes. And a lot of these processes are standard, so you don't have to. And they're talking to each other, giving each other directions, but where you're sitting, you can't hear that. So it seems a little bit more automatic than it actually is. But it's mostly, I mean, Gabe has 26 years blowing glass, Sarah 22. So they're pretty, exactly. So we're going to stretch out that neck a little bit. You flare the end of the glass so he has something to push against. And his arm is pulling out like that. Stretch it. You make a little notch in it with the jacks, those metal tongs. Anybody have any questions? Yes, sir. It started with molten glass. We have the machine straight ahead. It's our glass furnace. Has a big tank. There's 1,000 pounds of molten glass. We took the pipe and dipped it in, coated the end of the pipe, and then blew a little bubble. And then let that harden, dipped it in a couple more times, and then we blew it up to its full size and shape. We buy colored glass separately, and we heat up a little chunk of colored glass, and then we coat the original clear bubble with a layer of the colored glass. The colors in glass come from metals dissolved in the glass when it's first cooked up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, a little bit of gold makes it red. So Gabe is shaping the neck. Tool in his hand is called the jacks. Sayuri is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm and from his hand to shield him from the heat. So we are almost done. The reason I know that is I look to your right and I see Sayuri putting on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the finished bottle to our annealing oven. She's going to put on some big Kevlar gloves. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that bottle, it'll be about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll take it to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. We're going to take the tweezers, drip some water on the joint between the metal rod and the bottle itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. We'll melt a little spot on the bottom and then stamp it with our museum logo. We'll take it to our annealer. where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Sayuri Fukuda. Has anybody got any questions? No? Because we only use it on the glass when it's very hot, so it's soft at that point, and it's not sort of capable of being shocked. It's only capable of being shocked when it's cooler and harder. So it's kind of soft and gooey when we use the newspaper to shape it. Basically, we use it when the glass is hotter than the water is wet. So instead of cracking the glass, the water just turns to steam. The dude is drawing. So Sayuri is pushing the colored glass backwards towards the pipe as you're trying to coat that initial bubble with the colored glass. Can we put up the color overlay diagram? So this is a little procedure here. We drop a big blob, we have a clear bubble, we drop a big blob of colored on top, then we smear it till it entirely coats the original bubble. That's what she's doing now. And then we'll dip it in more clear glass. And when they blow it up, that colored layer will line the object with color. So all these guys you see here, they're not blue glass through and through. It's just a very thin lining of blue glass, but for all intents and purposes, it looks like it's made totally out of colored glass. Right in front of me. So you see this thing that looks orange? Yeah. But if you cut through it, see, it's just that one skinny layer of orange.
What makes the color?
Colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, a little bit of gold makes it red. So it's not quite as straightforward as paint, but it's mostly metals dissolved in the glass. So Sayuri is going to our furnace, our glass furnace. She's going to dip her bubble into the big tank of melted glass. She twirls it around, coats it. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking a gather. G-A-T-H-E-R. So the woman seated to the left, she's the person that's blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Gabe is squeezing the glass with the jacks, kind of roughing in the shape. He's making a narrow part for the neck and leave a little bulbous part for the body. Just want to give everybody the heads up. It's almost 4:30. Museum closes at 5. If there's anything else you want to do, go to the exhibits, go to the gift shop. You start thinking about that now because we will be closing in a half hour. I don't want to kick you out. I'm just letting you know. Sometimes you can sit here and be fascinated by it and say, oh, I didn't see any exhibit. Coming in, guys. So Gabe scratches a little circle so he knows where the center is. We're going to add a little patch of clear glass to the bottom. That's there to protect the design. We're going to attach another pipe to the bottom. And we don't want to tear out any of the design, so we attach it to that pad of clear glass. If we pull out the clear glass, it's clear, and we don't destroy the design. We're trimming off a little bit of the thick glass at the very top.
Whatever you bring me the first time, try to mimic that the second time, because yeah, exactly the second. Then I'll do the exactly.
You're going to add one more handle. So we're getting ready to put this into the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Sayuri has put on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven to cool slowly. We put a couple of drops of water on the joint between the metal rod and the bowl itself. Little tap, off it comes. We'll melt a little spot on the bottom and stamp it with, oh, no stamp. Okay. And into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So that concludes our demonstrations for the day. Yay. Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. If anybody has any questions? How much glass? Oh, that thing probably £1.5 pounds.